So good day, everyone. So I don't know if you can hear me. If you can hear me, just reply so that I can be sure I'm being heard. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's class. So we'll just be waiting for a little bit, at least 10 minutes, so that others can join. So after 10 minutes, we'll start.
Okay.
So welcome guys. So we're starting now. So please at any point if you can't hear me, please just speak out so that I will check my network. I just want to be sure that everybody's following. So for today's class, we're going to be going into mobile UI design. So today's class is going to be practical. So I want you to pay attention to everything I'm going to be saying and also ask questions where you don't understand because we're really going into details in anything we're doing, like we're going deeper. So please, if you can hear me, just say something so that I'll be sure I'm being heard.
We can hear you, ma.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much for that. So back to our Figma file. So I got this design from Figma community. So we'll basically be redesigning this particular app so that we can learn how to start designing. Okay, sorry, let me share my screen. Just remember that I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
No, ma.
Okay, okay. Yeah, just give me a sec. Let me fix sharing my screen. I think the host has to give me approval to share my screen. So just give me a little bit. Let me fix that. Please, if your mic is on, just mute, please.
Hello, Glory. Good morning. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, you're the host now.
Okay, can everyone see my screen now? Can everyone see my screen now?
Yes, I see you.
Okay.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yeah. So for today's class we are going to be start going into mobile UI design. So yesterday we basically created some design system, simplified design system that we can use for our project. So we're going to be using most of the colors, the text, most of the things we created yesterday to design a mobile app. So this is basically a fintech app. We're creating a fintech app. So why I brought in this design is because whenever you are dealing with either mobile app UI, website UI, dashboard UI, we're going into dashboard later. You might not know what dashboard is, but maybe in our next class I'll be explaining everything you need to know about dashboard design. So whenever you're coming up with UI UX designs, either for mobile app, websites, or web app, dashboards, it's every screen you're creating has a flow. For example, now if you watch this particular design, there we have onboarding slash login slash signing. Like this is the flow has to do with the process in which the user pass through anytime they are using your application. For example, when a user downloads an your app, for example, if you are designing an app, the user will first of all see something like a splash screen that shows them your logo, and most times there are some apps that also have onboarding. Your onboarding can be two, can be three. Onboarding basically mean like a screen that shows the user different goals your app can achieve for them. So I don't know whether you have seen that in some apps. Like most times in some apps, let me say for example, you are creating a food app, an app that helps people deliver food to their houses. So when you come to the splash screen, you first of all see the logo of that food app. Then you come to the onboarding. You're going to see like three onboarding, like three different onboarding. The first one is going to show you fast delivery of your food. Another, if you swipe again, because most time is swipeable. Some of all this splash screen has something like this, these three dots that shows that this particular page is three. Please, if you don't understand what I'm saying, just feel free and ask questions because I'm going to be doing a lot of explanations. So I just want to be sure everybody's following. So so for our food app now, so you are going to swipe. The first one will be like fast delivery of food. Another one can be, I'm talking about the onboarding, can be delivery of your food is it before 10 minutes, something like that. Like different benefits, like onboarding basically like showcase why the user should use your app, like the benefit that your app is going to give to the user when they use your app. So for the food app, it can be fast delivery, um 10 minutes delivery, arrival. Sorry. So is it early arrival of your food, so something like that. So that's basically what onboarding is all about. Then if everybody here have used an app or website, so there's also a point where you have to now like create your account. So I'm basically explaining what a screen flow is all about, because whether a website has a flow, a mobile app has a flow, web app has a flow, dashboard has a flow. Just like the flow in which the user is going to move for them to like I'm trying to look for the best way to explain so that you won't be confused. Let me just break it down. So for example, right now we're focusing on the onboarding slash login slash sign up flow. The user comes, downloads our app from Play Store, they see our splash screen that showcases the logo, they see our onboarding that shows them the benefits. They also go to the create account screen where they have to put in their email, their phone number. So another screen is also going to will ask them for their OTP code, like you're trying to verify their phone number. So this is like different process the user is going to different screen flow. This is the screen for the user is going to pass for them to actually register. Like for new users, if the user is already signing, if the user have already signed into the app, when they open the app on their phone, the first thing they are going to see is the home page because user have already signed up. But for new users, this is the flow they are going to pass. They'll see the splash screen, see the onboarding, see the create account, the confirmation, the reset password, then the login. Then they have to log in, then before they can see the home screen. So when users now are in the home screen now, we have other pages. For example, if the user wants to pay bills, they'll click here. If the user wants increased balance, they will tap on this place, which will lead them to different pages. So as you can see, all these things now lead the user to different pages where they are going to fill in the details. For example, now the user wants to like let me say pay for either gas or water. The user will have to choose their card, will have to if they don't have a card already, they will choose the type of cards they are using. They will enter their payment method, choose their existing card, like verifying the card that they have already entered. Then they will fill in all those details, so just like that. So most times this app we're looking at right now, your app changes in your the structure of your app, the design of your app varies depending on the project goal. This particular fintech app we're looking at has a particular goal to help users for them to pay for their lights, pay for their even the most of the fintech app we have here in Nigeria helps people to pay for their DSTV, their NEPA bills, or something like that. So I think let me go to I came up with a design like that. So just give me a sec. Let me open something. So this is a simple fintech app. This is like a fintech app that can be used in Nigeria. For example, I designed this years ago, years back. It's almost like 3 years back. I designed this. So where users can pay for their TV subscription, buy airtime, electricity bill, buy data. So most times, your all fintech app must not look like this because most times the designs of application changes depending on the goal, because depending on the purpose of the project. So let me stop there. So right now we're going to start by designing. We'll be starting with the splash screen. We'll design the splash screen. So I'll also teach you how to create your mood boards. whenever you're creating any UI design, you have to like get inspiration, because most times you might have an idea in your head, but the idea might not come up fully. So most times you have to go to websites like Behance, Dribble. Behance and Dribble is not the only website where you can get inspiration. There are other websites. I think I'll be dropping the link. We have UX Archive where you can get inspiration for mobile apps. Even you can see here like different pages. One thing I want you to note when designing, and when designing either mobile apps, website, dashboard, different pages have different purpose. For example, let's go back to this design. The purpose of this page, this onboarding page, is different from this create account page. This onboarding is just to like show the user how the app is going to benefit them. Then this creating account is for them to be able to create the account. Here has the purpose of OTP. So most of the pages you'll be designing for have different purpose. So yeah, let me just stop at that so that you won't be confused. So let me say, for example, now let's start creating our mood board. Please, if you don't understand, if you ask questions, you can unmute and ask, please. I want to be sure everybody's following. So let's start with splash screen. So let's say, for example, now I got this from Figma community. You can also get design inspiration from Figma community. So I'll be covering that in a bit. So let's start with splash screen. We're going to redesign this. Our design might not necessarily look like this because we are going to be making use of the logo we created yesterday, and this is going to be our colors. We'll be using all these colors for our app, even the font, the shadow, the buttons, our spacing. That's basically what we're going to be using for our own design. So we're just using this as a guide so that we're not going to be confused. So right now we're starting with splash screen. So for example, now you can create a brand, or you can continue from the Figma file you created yesterday where you created your design system. Then you can press this plus to create another page. If you press this plus, you can create another page. Then you can name that page mood board. Whenever you are designing any project, either for clients or for your personal use, you need to have a mood board page. A mood board page is where you're going to keep all your design inspiration that we're going to be gathering either from Behance, Dribble, another website we'll be getting inspiration from. Then you now have another page. So I'll be renaming this page mobile app design. So I'll just name it mobile app UI UX design. So most times organizing your work actually helps the developer, the project owner, for them to know how to like, because most times so there are some clients that who want to like some mood board so that they can like give you one or two things, one or two way they want their app to look. So that's why most times it's good for you to separate your mood board from where you actually keep the designs you created. So we can just let's just name this our design system. We just name this design system page.
Sorry, I want to ask a question.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, for the pages, like my own Figma, it's showing just 3 pages. And if I want to add, it will say that I have that I'll move to paid version or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yes, most
Uh,
times
uh,
Figma. Yeah, can you hear me?
yes, ma, I can hear you.
Yeah, most times Figma right now, most some of their stuff that was free right now they are making it paid, all those kind of things. So I feel for the free version, most times you just only have access to create 3 pages and the rest. So you can just stick with that. The main thing we just need is just 3 pages.
Okay.
The first one, which we did yesterday, we just call that one design system. Then another one, mobile app UI UX design. That's where all our mobile app design for this particular fintech app is going to be. Then you have your mood board where you're going to get like all your inspirations that you gather from different inspiration websites, and where the Behance Dribble is going to be here. So it's just these three we need
Yes.
for now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So right now we will start by creating our mood board, because one thing that's really going to influence your design is when you get like design inspiration from different places. Most times when I want to come up with design, I don't just focus on only Behance and Dribble. You can, if you there are so many fintech apps that are on Google Play Store. You can go there, download them on your system, and go through them, see their screens, see the flows, see the way they design stuff, the way they arrange their elements on their screen. You can screenshot them and bring it into your design file. So just give me a sec. I'll be right back. Let me check on something. Just give me 2 minutes, please. So I'm back, guys. Let's continue. So most times when you are coming up with your designs, it's not just good for you to just like get inspiration from one particular app. I'll show you how to do that so that you won't be confused. So most times you need to like feed your eyes with as many inspiration as possible. So and nowadays, like there are different places where you can get UI UX design inspiration, either for mobile apps, websites, dashboards, like name it. You can like there are so many resources online where you can get design inspiration. You can feed your eyes. You can see how these people design their work, how they structure their work. Because one thing is that different apps have different structures in which the structure their app. So different design pattern, most time when you get inspiration from different places, you will know how to use color, you will know how those other apps you're reviewing use their color, all those kind of things, the kind of fonts they use. So there is a lot you can that you can get from like getting inspiration from different places. So right now we're going to be creating our mood board. Please, if you don't understand what I'm saying, please unmute and ask questions. So let's start by creating our mood board. So I think let's start with Figma community. Let's start with Figma community. We're going to get more designs inspiration for payment apps. So we'll go back here, fintechs app. Yeah, so we'll go back here. So for you to go back to your Figma community, right now we're in our page. So you click on this arrow. These are for people using Figma web. For people using Figma application that's been downloaded on their system, this place you're going to you see a home icon here. But for people using web, you just see this Figma logo and this arrow. So you click on back to files. So for those using Figma application, you see home in that place I clicked. So you just click on it and to bring you to this place. Then you click on explore communities and you type here payment payment apps, or let's just say fintech. Fintech. Click enter. You can search for payment app. You can search for fintech app. Let me do that again. When you search for fintech app, you're going to see different designs. Most of what the design you can find on Figma community, it can actually influence your your design decision. So you can open any of them, like you double click, let's say for example, this one is iOS mobile app fintech. So you just double click. When you double click, then you click on this place, then it will open the file. Let me close this one. So right now, because most times, when you open what's it called? When you go to Figma community to open files like this, most times the first page will just be like a basic intro of the app name, the person that designed it. Then you click on all these places. These are the places you're going to see the different elements of the design you're looking for. Like this first one was like the cover photo, the cover that shows the intro, iOS mobile app, fintech app designed by this. Then you go to the next one, intro. This is a dash. This is not a page. The person just did it just to demarcate the cover and intro from the light dark mode design. The person even went as far as creating a design system. So we looking at the light mode because we're not designing a dark mode app. So let's start from the beginning. So this is the splash screen. I think that this is how the splash screen. I think this splash screen, the person did some little. I love this splash screen. I love what the person did here. And this is the onboarding. Just remember, if different apps have different purpose, the purpose of this app is different from the purpose of the first app we looked at when we started the class. So different apps have different purpose, but we're just like trying to look at the way they design their stuff to get one or two inspiration. So let's think. I will just for now let me just get, since we're still at the onboarding phase, let me just copy this. So we'll be dealing with the splash screen and onboarding flow first. So I'll just copy this. I selected it.
Please, I have a
And
question.
okay,
Okay, so I joined a little bit late. Is this like a continuation of design systems?
yes, we're making use of the design system to design a mobile app.
Okay, all right, thank
Yeah, a
you.
fintech app. Yes.
Okay.
So right now we're just focusing on just the onboarding and the splash screen and the onboarding. So we'll just copy this and bring it into our first page. So as you can see, I went back, came back to my Figma dashboards where I see all the designs I've been doing back in the year. So I'll just click on the one I opened earlier. Then I go back to my mood board. Then I paste it. Most times your mood board will be filled up. It will look like very scattered because it must not be well arranged. So let me just so we got inspiration from Figma community. So another place we can also get inspiration is Behance. We all know Behance.
Sorry,
You
sorry,
can,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry. Did you copy everything or only the onboarding for now?
It's just the onboarding. For now, we're just focusing on the onboarding flow, the splash
Okay, all
screen,
right.
the sign up here. So that's the only one I just copied. So another place you can get design inspiration is Behance. So Behance, you can use it to get design inspiration, not only for UI UX, for logo. If you're a photographer, you can get inspiration here. Like there's a lot you can get inspiration on logo design, animations. If you're into designing of cartoons, so there's a lot you can get inspiration on here. You can also what is it called, when you create your design case study. For example, you come up with a design project, you can create you can host your case studies here, so that if, for example, if somebody wants to hire you, somebody wants to see your previous designs, so you can upload your case study here and the person can come and see your previous work. So this is my own Behance account. So I use Behance to create the case study of some application I created back in the year. This is a dashboard, so just a simple case study to showcase to people, hiring managers that want to go through your work before they will employ you, on what your previous work. So let's just focus on the aspect of getting inspiration. So right now, this is Behance. For those of you that don't have an account, when you get an account, you have to sign in, fill in your email. That's very easy to do. Then this is like the home page. Then the search bar, you can type fintech, fintech apps, fintech app UI UX. Then you click on any one of the drop down. So one major because most times searching on Behance and Dribble, most times if for example now we type fintech apps, it's showing us dashboard. So because of all this mix up, I don't know what happened to them. So nowadays, if you search on Behance and Dribble, you search for something, it might show you another thing that might not be like in line with what the vision you have in your head for your app. So the first thing I do is to go to Google. I just go to Google and search for um, fintech fintech app UI inspiration. So right now, search on Google. Google is going to filter everything in both what's it called, Dribble and Behance, and show you the exact thing. So let's explore the first one. You can, this method of going to Google is not only for mobile app. You can do it if you want to get website inspiration, mobile app inspiration. So right now, this is the search is kind of better than the first one we saw earlier. Right now, this one is showing us after that one was showing us on dashboard. Though that one was Behance. This the same thing as okay, let me not explain for us so that you won't be confused. So right now we are on Behance Dribble rather. So it's showing us different designs. This design looks so classy and modern. So one other thing you need to note when designing is that though yesterday I mentioned the best way to start out and the best way to go in UI UX is to learn by mimicking. You can come to this, for example, if you search on Dribble or Behance or you see any app, you like the way the app look, you can try to replicate exactly what you're seeing. But that's the best way to learn. For now that we're still starting out, you just start by replicating the design. For example, if you see this particular design, this design looks so modern. You just right click. You want to bring in this design into our Figma file. You right click on the image because all these are basically image. Then click on copy image. Then you come to your Figma mood board and right click and paste, and it's going to paste here. So I basically like the way this the why one of the reasons why I'm bringing this design into this place because of the use of color. The use of color like is so classy, and the structure. So right now let's just focus on splash screens. Let's just focus on splash screen now. We have not gotten to the home page because we're starting with the first one, which is splash screen, where our logo is going to be. So I'll just type on splash screen here, splash screen for mobile app. So right now I'm seeing some splash screen, or I don't really like the ones I'm seeing here. This is onboarding flow. Okay, this looks very simple. This particular one looks simple. Just the logo or the name of the um app. So I'll just copy this. Copy, I'll right click. Remember, right click, copy image, and you go to your mood board and paste it. So let's explore the one for Behance. So let's right click through still from our Google search. Let's just explore the one from Behance. As you can see, because we went through this Google search, it feel the Google now has to do the like the filter. Please, if you don't understand what I'm saying, please unmute and ask questions. So because I searched directly from Google, Google filtered everything in Behance, and when I go to Behance, I'm seeing exactly mobile apps, fintech apps, not mixture of something. Because the first one we did through Behance, it was mixture of dashboard that was not even related to what we're searching for. So let's open one. So we can close Google now. Though this Google search we did is actually showing us other places we can get mobile app inspiration. There are so many places you can get mobile app inspiration. We have Medium. Medium is basically a blog where you can go and read up. Like it's basically a blog where we have written things about different topics, tech. Depending on your niche, you can find any write up on Medium. So you another place to get inspiration, we have Muslin here, we have Landfolio. You can see Google listed at the links where you can get um what is it called? Mobile fintech app UI inspiration. We even have Figma community here. So that's basically, so let's close this. Please, I hope everyone is following. Is everyone understanding?
Yes, yes, I'm following.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you so much. Okay. So right now we let's explore some fintech apps on Behance. So click on this. This one is the crypto app. So looking at what we're looking at right now is a typical example of a UI UX design case study. For example, you finish designing your work and you want to like explain the fonts, the colors you use, the goal of the project, showcase the screens that you design, so that if people that want to hire you want to see your works that you have done, they can go through it and like see your design. So what we're looking at now is a design case study. So let's go through it slowly. So I love this design. I love this for our home screen. They call the way the person use color here. So but remember, we're focusing on the onboarding flow. The splash screen, login, and sign in pages are all under the onboarding. So we're focusing on the onboarding flow. So this is how they did their okay. Let's scroll down. This is their verification. This is their create account. So for that of Behance, most times if you want to like, for example, I've seen this particular section where they have their verification and email and their create account. So I want to screenshot it and I want to like get the image and bring it into my Figma file. So on Behance, there is no way you can right click. As you can see now, you right click, you're not seeing anywhere where you can copy. So what I usually do when I'm on Behance, when I see something I want, so I just have to screenshot it. So for people using Windows, it's going to be Shift and Print Screen. So I've screenshot it. So once I screenshot, I'll come to this place, right click and paste it, and my screenshot is there. So that's how to like get screenshot any design inspiration you see on your beef. That's for Behance. But for Dribble, you can right click and copy. So this is the welcome back. Okay, I love this. Create new password. So let me just screenshot this. So just screenshot it. I love what the person did here. So the person is a dark background person used, but I just like the arrangement of the input field, the text. So another thing you can get from this when viewing other people's work is like the way the structure, the way the person arrange elements in the screen. So I'll just paste it here. So most time your mood board might be very scattered. You don't mind. You just want to get as much inspiration as possible. So if you are doing yours, you are not okay with this particular inspiration, you can go back to the home page and you can access other designs. So let's go to other places where we can get design inspiration. So we have uxarchive.com. Let me paste the link on the chat section so that we can open it. Let me get the chat section. Somebody is asking, how did I get mood board? Please, do you understand now? How do you get mood board? Is it Austin Joseph? You are asking a question. Can you hear me? Okay, you asking how do you get mood board? That's what we're doing now. We're creating our mood board right now. I don't know why I'm trying to paste something on the chat section, but it is not. I'm trying to paste the link. It's not working. Okay, sorry. I think I'm doing something wrong. I don't know why the chat is not.
You are sending it as a direct message, that's why. So you
You
change it
said?
to, I say it's because you are sending it as a direct message to net factory. That place where net
Yes, I
factory,
know. I don't even know how to come out
and
from
click
here.
that place net factory is written. Net factory company, yes, click it
Okay,
and
okay, okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So another place where you can get inspiration is uxarchive.com. So I've dropped the link in the chat session so you can open it. Let's review it together. So as you can see, you have to sign up. Though most of all these websites where you can get inspiration, some of these websites outside Behance and everything about Behance and Dribble for UI/UX inspiration is free. To get inspiration from there is free, but there are some websites. We have mobins.com. Most of all these ones we're reviewing now, these few ones we're reviewing now, some of them is to have paid version where you have to subscribe to get more screenshots or more inspiration. So that's basically how they make their own money. But most times the free version for a start can actually help. So we're just using the, I don't know if this has a paid version, but I know some of them do. I don't know whether US Archive okay have. So let's review US Archive together. So when you open US Archive, you have to sign in, create an account so that um, you can access different inspiration. So basically, this US archive categorizes screens based on flows. So for example, let's look for onboarding flow because that's the flow we want to create first. So this is showing us different onboarding of different apps. So just like what I said, different apps have different purposes, have different designs, have different way they structure their app to suit the need they want to. Because every app is like a solution to a need, to a problem that we have in the society. Let me say for example, this app is solving a problem, this cash app is solving entirely a different problem. So that's just it. So we're still coming here to just feed our eyes whether we can get one or two like inspiration that can help us to know how to like come up with our own unique design, because most times, especially when you start practicing, maybe practicing over time, most times you might not want your design to look like as if you copied from someone. But right now that we're still starting, I suggest you mimic existing designs because it will teach you how to design different elements because we're all starting right now. But as you go on and you start being a professional at what you are doing, most times you will not want your app to look like, oh, you copy this particular app. You want your app to look very unique. So you have to gather inspiration from different places, then get inspiration from each of them and use it and create your own unique design. So that's basically what we're doing right now for this class. So right now I click on onboarding. As you can see, this app Deliveroo, this is the onboarding flow. Cash app, this is their own onboarding flow. That of Cash app like suit what we're doing because we're creating like a fintech application. Then we have any decks. This is their onboarding flow. So as you can see, these people, their own onboarding flow, they have to ask is it users for permission for the app to have access to their devices. So you can just come to this place and just like feed your eyes. Let me, before we go back to the homepage of this, let me see if I can. Okay, so this you can download some pages. You can also sign up to their newsletter to like, because most of all these websites they have like newsletters, like write-ups where they like write about latest trend. Like every year, like 2023, we had UI UX design trend. There was a particular trend in mobile apps or websites, dashboard that was in vogue last year, 2022. Back in the year, there was a particular style or trend that was in vogue for designing web um, digital products, mobile apps, website, dashboard, they're all digital products. So this year there's a particular trend. So most times when you come to all these places to feed your eyes, you can see the way like the people are designing apps currently in 2024. Because most times the design trend that was in vogue 2023, most times is not in vogue here. So I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, but with time you understand there's something called design trend, UI UX design trend. As 2025 there will be entirely another design trend, UI UX design trend will come up. So most time trend changes yearly, so just know that. I don't want to explain further so that you won't be confused. So let's just focus on getting this onboarding flow. So this, okay, so this particular US iCard, you can download the that particular flow we saw for Cash App. So I've downloaded it. Okay, they do send their own to your inbox. So we'll have to go to our email to get that. But going to email for me is kind of wasted of time. So I'll just use Shift plus print screen to just screenshot it and bring it into my file. So I'll just right click and paste, just like what I did for Behance. So another website we'll be reviewing is UI Garage. You can come here, get inspiration for iOS, web, Android, different pages, dashboard, elements like calendar, design, color picker. So you just come here, sign up, just feed your eyes with as many as. So most times you want to design something. For example, you want to design a login page. You can just come here, login page. So you can search for any element you want to design, and it's going to show you different login page. So let me copy this link and paste on the chat section so that you can also view this in your free time. So that's for UI Garage. That's the link for UI Garage. So please, somebody can let me say copy all the link I've pasted on this chat section and just paste it on the group chat so that people that are not in the class they can have access to most of all these websites I'm mentioning. Maybe Elizabeth, you can just do that for the class. So that just copy it, paste it on the WhatsApp group chat. Maybe later or whenever you're free. So that's for UI Garage. Another place you can get UI inspiration is UI collection. So let me copy the link and paste it in the chat section. So UI collectui.com rather. So you can come here, search for different pages, sign up pages. You can click on it and it's going to show you different sign up page both for websites, mobile. So you can see depending on the project you are working on, progress bar, buttons, forms. The list is very long, so you can just go through them. So this UI collection also have links to other places where you can also get design inspiration. As you can, I don't know if you are seeing what I'm pointing. You can see Panda. This will lead you to another website. So Panda is another place where you can get inspiration. So if you want to go there, you can just click on this and it will lead you to Panda official website. So You can also add it to your Chrome. You can use the web. So here is like a flat UI colors where you can get color inspiration, stock images. So yeah, so that's just it for collect UI. So another place is page flow. You can get inspiration. This is like US archive. You can get inspiration for a particular either website flow. See, as you can see, they lock some of their designs because you have to, they want you to subscribe, like to pay before you can access other screens. But you can just make do with the free one for now. So let me just copy the link and paste it on a chat section. So yeah, so right now we're going to start designing. We're going to start designing our apps. So the first thing we're going to do, though, we'll be designing here because of we have our mood boards here. We're just going to be coming up with our designs here. When we're done with our designs, we'll move them to our mobile app and UI UX design page. So for us to design our mobile apps, so the first thing we're doing now is a splash screen. I'll move this here. So most times, remember, your mood boards can be scattered because you have different images here and there. So right now we're going to create our mobile screen. So for you to create your mobile screen on Figma, you have to go to this particular place. I don't know if you can see where I'm pointing. It's called frame. You click here, then you can go to phones. When you click on phones, you select um, any mobile design screen you want to use. So I want to use iPhone 14. So most of what these things is based on choice. It's not as if you are designing Android, you have to, most of these Android design small and large. People, I don't usually use that. But even if I'm designing for either mobile, I mean Android or iOS, I just make use of what's it called? These iPhone screens. Because most times some mobile phones screen size is the same with iPhone, so it's just like it's generic. I don't know if you understand what I mean. So please, if you don't understand, please don't forget to unmute your mic and ask questions. So I just clicked on, I think, iPhone 14 Plus. I think that's the one I clicked, and it gave me this particular screen. So right now I want to design my splash screen. So I will go to my design system and bring in my colors we created yesterday, because that's what I'm going to use for. I just want to have everything on my mood board so that I won't be moving back and forth. So I'll paste it here. So one major thing about when coming up with UI designs, either for your mobile app, website, or dashboard, you have to first of all start with a grid. Mobile grid is different from website grid, and the grid using website is different from the grid using. It has slight difference with the one using dashboard. Please just note what I'm saying is very important. So we are going to be creating a simple grid for our mobile app. So we'll just rename this from iPhone 14 to splash screen. I'll be creating my grid. So for me to create my grid, I'll click on this frame. If you don't click on this frame that you want to apply grid to, you can't what is it called? You can't apply grid to it. So you have to click on it. So and mind you, somebody might look at this and say, oh, it looks like a rectangle. If you draw a rectangle, let me say for example, you draw a rectangle like this, grid cannot be applied to rectangles. Grid can only be applied to frames. I want you to note that too, because most times it can be confusing for especially right now we're starting out. So this is a rectangle, this is a frame. a mobile frame. We clicked here to get our mobile frame. So went to this place, we click on phones, then we saw different mobile phone and frame. We clicked on this. That was how we're able to get this. Then this is just a rectangle. Though it looks alike, but it does not have the same functionality. So right now we want to apply grid to this rectangle. We can't apply grid. We're not even seeing grid here to apply. But if we click on this, it will give us access for us to add a layout grid. So I'll click on this, then click on the plus, then click on column grid. Then here I want to use 4 columns.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know somebody will have a question. Yeah.
Can you come in? Can you just go back to selection of the grid, please?
Okay. Okay, let me create it from the beginning. So to create a grid, so grid, just like what I said, grid can only be created in frames, not rectangle. So right now this is a mobile frame. We created it, we went to this place, then we click on our phones and click on iPhone 14. Then right now for us to create the grid, we'll click on this particular frame, then we'll go to this place. You see layout grid. You see it written here, layout grid. Then you see a plus. You click on that plus. So when you click on that plus now, the first thing you see, you're going to see this tiny lines. This is, and some people use something like this to design, but we're not going to use something like this because it might confuse us since we're still starting out. So if you want to remove the grid, you can click on this minus here to remove it. So once you click on the minus, the grid is no longer there. But if you want to add the grid, you go to layout grid section, click on it. Then right now we don't want to use these grid lines. We want to use column. We'll come to this place. As you can see here, here is grid. There's an arrow here. You click on this place, come to column. Then we're going to give, because we're designing on mobile, we're going to give this 4 columns. If it's for web, we're going to make use of 12 column grid. But since it's mobile, we'll just make use of 4 columns. Then we can give it a gutter of 24. Then the width, let's I want the width to be divisible by 8. So let me see 32. 32 is too big. Let me go with 24. So I'm sorry, margin rather, not width, margin. I gave the margin 24. I gave gutter 24. So I just created a simple grid. Though so many different people have different.
Excuse me, please. Can you explain
Yeah.
the gutter aspects?
You say?
The gutter aspects. Like, can you explain?
Okay. Okay. So let me do it from the beginning because that's the best way to explain it. So let me add my grid again. So let me put the gutter 0. So this is how the gutter looks when it's 0.
Please, I'm
So when I
sorry.
add
Please,
24,
sorry. Can you just
yeah,
start from the beginning when you put this screen?
come again. I don't get your question.
You know, you're starting to explain afresh where you're starting from applying the grid on the phone screen. I'm
Okay, I
saying, can
should
you just start from, yes, can you start from where you put the phone screen so that we can just follow?
the grid or the mobile screen.
The mobile screen, please, if that's okay.
I think I'm having issue with that grid. I just got the this.
Please, I can't hear you clearly. What are you saying?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, okay. I think I'm having issues with the grid, but I just got the iPhone frame now. I just got that part very well now. That's why I need it to start from the grid again. I'm very sorry.
Okay,
I
the
just want
grid again. Okay,
yes,
okay,
I just want to
okay.
get
Let
this
me.
right.
It's fine. I'll do that. Let me start all over again.
Yeah.
So right now we're just creating simplest, just a simple grid because right now we're still beginning, so we don't really want to start going into details on things about. We just want to create the simplest grid that can help us just start our project. So that's what we're doing. So right now, this is a mobile frame. So we want to apply grid to this. We'll go to this place. So if you, this is our frame. You have to select the frame first though. So what I did, I selected this frame first for me to be able to see this layout grid. If you click out, you won't see it. But if you click um on the mobile frame we created, you will see grid layout here. The setting will come out by the sidebar. So so you see right now, if you look at this particular place, we have design prototype, we have the frame sizes, which is that we have auto layout here, then we have grid layout. You can see it here, grid layout. So I don't want to go into explanation of this so that our head will not be bombarded with too much explanation. So let me just start from the basic. So you see a layout grid there. So you click on this plus. So when you click on this plus, this is the grid you have created. Some people design apps or design digital product with more than one grid. So you can keep on adding. You can add more than one grid, but we're not going into that explanation. Let's just start from the basic first. So the grid we're creating is just one, a column grid, a simple grid. So we'll start with this plus here. So if you want to remove this particular grid, you can press this minus to remove it. If you want to add it again, you press the plus. Then you click on this. I think this is 8, 6, 7, 8, 9. You click on this 9 dots here. You can see a dot here. It's saying layout grid settings. That's where you can like edit the grid and make it to the kind of grid you want to use for your design. So you click here, then go to this place. You see grid here. You see this and you see a drop down arrow. When you click here, you're not going to see column because we want to create a column grid. So this is the column grid now settings now. So the by default it comes with 5 columns. Because we're using mobile, we want to just use 4. So we'll enter 4 here. If you click on this, you can type in here. We'll click on 4, press enter. Then gutter has to do with the spacings you are seeing between. Gutter has to do with the spacing you are seeing between these red columns. These red columns you are seeing here. These red columns. Gutter is the spacing between them. So we want to make use of 24 for the columns and for the gutters rather. Gutters, remember, gutters is the space between the columns. Then width now is now the spacing like by the side of the columns. So let's just do it now. You see the changes now. So we just make our margin rather. So margin is the space beside the column. These red columns were seen. So we're just going to make the columns 24. As you can see, there was no space here before. Let me make it 0. There was no space now by the side here. But when we now write our margin, this is our margin 24. You can see now there is a space. So this one that is in between the columns, you can see what I'm pointing is the gutter. Why this one here, this white space here is the margin. So let me use our red squares to, okay, let me just go back here. Let me use red square to identify the difference between margin and gutters so that you understand. So the red ones are the margin, the blue ones are the gutter. So I'll just leave this like this. Let's just call this grid. Just call this grid. me duplicate another one. Just call it splash screen. So here we're going to be putting in our designing our splash screen. So basically, splash screen is the first screen a user sees when they open your app. Most times you can see splash screen in mobile apps design. Though dashboard, some dashboard has splash screen, some web app applications, some desktop applications have splash screen. But one of the major places where you'll be seeing splash screen is mobile app. Most time we have seen splash screen, but we don't know that's the name. If you go to your normal Google Play Store or Apple Store to download a particular app, when you download the app, when you open the app, you first of all see something that looks like an intro screen that shows maybe the logo, the write up, or an animation of something moving. Then that thing you're seeing, the first page you see when you open an app that you downloaded from Play Store is called the splash screen. So right now, we want to create our splash screen. Please, I hope everybody have gotten that of grid, how to create a grid now.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay. So right now, we want to create our splash screen. So we'll just go back to most of the mood board we saw. Some mood board we created will have some simple splash screen there. Let's say this one. This one they use some circles here. So our splash screen is just going to be very simple. Most times when designing, you can just start designing the simple ones first. Before you know, you start learning and you become very good to know how to design complex design. So we're just starting with the simplest one. So here is our logo. We created this logo. We got this logo yesterday. This was the one we used to create our color palette. So I'm going to use my scale tool to scale it because I just want it to be very small. I don't want it to be very big. I want to place it in the center of this my app screen. So I want to place it in the center. So one thing about Figma is that most times if you want to place something in the center, I don't know if you are seeing these red lines. The red lines is showing you the center. So as you can see, this is the place where the two red lines horizontally and vertically cross. So I'll just place the grid there because that's the center. I don't know if you get what I mean. So
Crystal clear. Crystal clear.
okay, so I use my, let me do that again. So as you can see, my logo is very big. I don't want it to be this big because if you preview this thing on either your mobile phone, there's a way you can preview your designs on your mobile phone. And most time it works well with some high version of Android and iPhone. iPhone it works perfectly. You can preview your designs on iPhones and some Android phones too. You can also preview your design, your mobile screens there. So I think we'll be covering that in a bit. So let's just focus on fleshing out our design, learn how to design and create elements. Let's just focus on that. So I want to resize my logo. This logo is very, very big. If I'm to preview it or view it on my mobile device, it look very big because using logos for your splash screen is not supposed to be very, very big. It's supposed to be just small and cute. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to use my scale tool to scale it. So to get my scale tool, I'll click on my logo, go to this particular place. I don't know if you're seeing this move tool. You click on this arrow, you see move, you see scale. You click on your scale tool. Scale tool, you basically use it to scale either text. Yesterday we used it to scale down our text. I think there was a time we were creating button, we made use of the scale tool. So you can still make use of the scale tool to resize elements on your Figma file. Maybe as right now we're designing, you see how I'm using scale tool. So I'm using my scale tool to resize this particular logo. So I'll bring it to the center. I feel it's still small. So I'll just bring it to the center. So I just want to I don't want my grid to show because I want to see how my logo look on this screen without the grid. So you can hide your grid. So to hide your grid now, you click on the frame that has the grid and click on this eye. I don't know if you can see the eye I'm pointing at. Once you click on it, your grid is still there, but you just hide it because you want to see the place, this particular screen very well. If you want to bring it back, you go back to it's like the way you close your eye and open it. That's how they designed this. So you can see the eyes now is closed. If you click on it, the eyes is open. You see, the eyes is closed, the eyes is open. So I want to hide this grid. We have this hide functionality not only on for grid, we also have it for element like text, shapes, pictures. You can hide a particular element. You can lock it. If you lock it, if you lock a particular file, for example, this page now, I want to lock it. If I lock it now, if I add somebody to this file, the person can edit anything here. The person cannot even move this screen because it's locked, except I unlock it. So that's it for lock. So I want to hide my grid so that I can preview and know whether I don't whether I can give our background this color. I don't want the background to be white. I just want to see how it looks. So this is how our splash screen look. So I don't want to add the name of this our company because most time there are some logos that comes with text. There are some logos, and so there are some logos that are just only text. There are some logos that is icon and text, like the Lego symbol and text. So, but this one is just the logo. So I just want to make the background. I want to see how the background will look when it is not pure white. So I'll just duplicate. So how I was able to duplicate on Windows, I clicked on this and hold down Alt. So if you hold down Alt, you can see that my arrow now is now 2. So this is my arrow now. So once I click on this particular element I want to duplicate, I hold down my Alt key, drag. I'll duplicate this screen. So that's it for Windows. But for Mac, I don't know, for Mac you just have to do a little Google. I think for Mac Alt is option. I'm not
It's
sure about
Command D. Command D.
Oh, okay. So that's that for Mac. So I want to change the background color of this. I just want to see how it looks. I'll click on this. I'm using my color picker. We talked about color picker yesterday. So what I did, I clicked here. Let me do Ctrl Z to undo to go back to the way it was before. So I clicked on this particular screen. If you look at this place here, this fill is the main background color. You click on this, is just showing the colors, the whole color that is in this particular frame. Here is like the combination of all the colors that is in this particular frame you're selecting. But this fill here is the main background color, which is white one to edit. So I just clicked on this place, click on the color picker tool, then click here, then give me this color. So I still want to, because most time when you design something, you might not be okay with it. You have to like duplicate, iterate until you have the one that your mind is okay with. Most times, when designing, you design with intuition. The simplest way to explain is that there are some designs you see, your mind will not just like it because the design is not fine or it does not suit you. So right now, I'm not really okay with this background color. So I'm feeling based on my own intuition that I should make it a little bit lighter. It will not be white, it will not be green. I just want to make it a little bit lighter. So I just want to make it faint a bit. I feel I'm okay with this. So since we are going with this first splash screen, it's up to you. You can decide to go with this. For me, I though this center one looks beautiful. Let me just go with the last one. So I'll just copy this last one and bring it to my mobile app UI and design screen. So I'm just placing everything here. So you have to like organize your design in case the client wants to go through your app, the developers, they will know where your this thing the main screens you designs are. So it won't be best if we leave everything here in the mood board. You see how our mood board is, it's not well arranged. So anyone we're okay with, we just bring it to our mobile app design. So this for the splash screen. So the next one we're going to design the onboarding flow. Though I think um we created a mood board on that onboarding. Okay, this is how their onboarding is. Okay, this
Sorry,
is basically an image. Yeah,
sorry. I'm trying to hide the grid, but I'm not. It's going. It's just going blank. Maybe it's due to the screen I'm using.
I don't know if the admin gave access to students for students to share their screen. I would have loved to see what you're doing so that I can tell you what to do. Can picture be posted on the chat? I don't think so. Images can be posted. The best way for me to okay, let me just explain grid again. Let me just explain it for the last time. The first thing you have to create your frame. Make sure you're using a frame because if you're
No,
using
I've created the frame and I decided to put the symbol, what I call it, the logo on the frame. But when I wanted to put it on the blank so I can see it, what I want is giving me issue. I'm able to see it. Both the logo and the screen are going, they are kind of going the same way of the background of the screen.
most times, sometimes, especially when starting out, there are sometimes you want to design something. You discover that you're looking for a particular element, you're not seeing it. Is either is hidden. I don't know. I was also facing that issue when I was starting out. Sometimes I'll keep elements somewhere and it will hide behind frames and I will not know where it is. So but nowadays I don't really face that issue. It would have been better if we're in a physical class. I would have seen what you're doing, but I don't know. I don't know because it's the way you're explaining it. I feel your logo is hiding somewhere. Maybe just start again from the beginning. Maybe get a new logo from any of the logo plugins we used yesterday to create our logo. Just start from the beginning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. So the next one we're going to create is going to be our onboarding screen. So I'll just place this here. I think there's one other onboarding inspiration. So I'll just get these two. I'll copy them. I just want to work in this section of the file. So as I'm bringing everything this way, you can do yours the way you want. So I'll just place this here because I want to get inspiration from them to create our own onboarding. So I'll duplicate this with my alt, create this page because right now is onboarding. Onboarding is I think we'll just make our onboarding um two. Let's make it two. So I'll just call this. So most times when designing, it's good for you to name your frame, your screens. So like when we're designing the splash screen, as you can see, we gave it a name, splash screen, so that most time if the developer is going through your work, naming actually help the developer to know which is which. It's not good you just drag something, just keep like this and the name is still like this. Most times developers, it can even make you and some developers to argue because most of all these things is confusing them. You can see the way this work was being arranged. The person created a frame and called this onboarding slash login sign up. The person is arranging the work based on flows. We're also going to do the same thing because this kind of arrangement will make the project owner, the developer that will be coding your work to understand the flow you follow, the after this one, the next screen that will come after. So it's not good to just scatter your work. So let's just start by doing this in our own page. So I would just want to name this. I will just create a frame. I'll use a frame for this. You can give this any color of your choice. To give this maybe let me just give this any color. The main thing is our design is being arranged in a way that our developer or project owner can understand what we're doing. So I'll just call this title. Okay, let me just call this title because I'm giving every flow a title. So I'll just call this stream title. Then remember we're using Lato. That was the fonts I chose yesterday for this design system. So I'll just copy this, right click, I'll copy this text. Because I want to start creating text style again, I'll just use this text that's already defined yesterday, bring it into this place and paste it here, paste it inside. If you watch, the text was here, I dragged it inside. So for you to know that your element is inside the frame, I don't know, I just want to explain this in a way you understand. This is, I created this long rectangle with a frame. So for you to know that your element is inside a frame, if you watch this title now, this title frame we created, this our text is inside it. If you close this and open it, you can see the text is inside. So let me bring this out. This is how the frame looks when there is nothing inside. There is no arrow to show that you can click on it to see the elements that are inside. So once I bring this inside, you can see now there's this arrow now. If I click on this small arrow here, I can see the elements that is inside. The same thing applies to our splash screen. So for you to know that your logo, because most times you might be designing, you might just drag, you might just carry it like this, but the logo is not inside. For you to know that your logo is inside, you will be seeing your logo inside your inside your splash screen. As you can see, this is our splash screen. We'll click on this arrow, you can see our logo inside here. Let's give our logo a name. You can click, this is our logo here. You can click here to give it a name. Every element on Figma, you can actually name it in this sidebar. You can give it a name. So I just want to name it logo. So I just double clicked here. Once you double click on it, you'll be given access for you to edit it. So call this logo. So let's go back to naming our section. So I want this to be very bold. So I'll drag this using my scale tool. So drag this, leave this in the center. As you can see, Figma is showing me that this element is in the center. Let me do it again so that you see. So as you can see, it's like a cross, a line, horizontal and vertical line intersecting in one place. You can see, you know that this particular text is in the center of this frame. So I will leave it there, and I'm going to write onboarding flow. Is everybody following?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am. You're following.
Okay, login slash sign up. So why I'm doing this is because the project owner can come to this file and know, okay, this is where you design the sign up flow, the login flow, all this kind of. Some people also call login and sign up authentication. So you can say the client might be like, okay, where's the authentication? I want to see the login. All of them still mean the same thing. Login and sign up. Some people call it authentication flow. So it still means the same thing. So it's another way to make sure, because this text, as you can see now, is not in the center of this particular frame. So you can use your alignment tool. So this is going to make it to be center. This is center alignment, left alignment. You can align it this way. So the one we're basically using now is this one to make it to be center. So I want to go further and make this very bold so that it will be very visible even when somebody zooms out. So that's it for this. So I'm going to lock this particular one because I don't want this to be moved about. I'll just lock it. The main thing that can be moved about is our frames. So let's go back to our design. So right now I want to create our splash screen. The best way to steal, right now we're stealing concept from most of what is design. We're stealing like an artist. So I love what they did here, but I want to add images. That's what I'm having on my own visual in my head. So all these are images, card images the person used here. Okay, so I'll delete this logo and on my grid, because my grid is going to help me to know how to place elements. And what this is the right time for us to use our red square method. So let me quickly bring it in from our design system. So I'm going to group all my red square. That helps me for my spacing. I'll group section rather. So I'll copy it and bring it into my mood board because that's what I'll be using to space my elements. So for now that we're starting out, we'll be making use of red square method, not auto layout. So it's when our hands are stronger with red square method, we can start using auto layout. Because most time you might be feeling, oh, I know how to use auto layout, I know how to use auto layout, but you are still making a mistake. I made similar mistake when I was also starting out. I am just joining. Please, what is today's topic based on? Okay, we are learning how to design a mobile app. So today's topic is mobile app UI UX design. So that's what we're doing. Our next class will be covering that of website design. So then the in class after that, that is going to be dashboard design, how to design dashboard. Yeah, so I feel this meeting is being recorded. So I think the recording is going to be sent to the group so you can go through it. So yeah, so back to our design. So since the fintech app and is the onboarding, I just want to add like an images of people swiping their card or just creating a very simple app. So people swiping their card. So I want to add my images. So I want to add my images inside an oval shape. So if I'm not okay with the oval shape, I can change it. So, okay, let me just use my square. So, hold on, let me check if this is divisible by 8. Okay, let's just leave it that way. So I want to use just people's images just in 4 places. Let me give this square. This is basically a square rectangle. So I went to this. Let me create it from the beginning. I went here, choose rectangle. But if you're not seeing rectangle here on your own, this is the shape tool. You can click on the arrow and click on rectangle. So I just click on rectangle here. I'm going to drag it here and just place it like this. I'll place it like this. Then I'm going to give this rectangle a corner radius. Remember, this is where we can give it a corner radius. So I'm just going to give it a very small corner radius. I will just give it 8. I don't want the corner to be very rounded. So right now I want to add my first image to this rectangle. So before I do that, let me just duplicate this particular um, rectangle so that I can know the kind of structure the images is going to be placed. Because another thing is that you have to like know the way you want to structure elements. It's not just to place things in the canvas. You have to like give it a structure. So right now, this is the best place to show you guys how to use the red square method. So as you can see, the first thing I did, I just placed what was it called? This rectangle randomly on this particular frame. So if you notice, there has to be a space here. Let me group all of this. It will be very off if this is here. If these images I want to put it at the top, the app is going to look so ugly. If you notice this particular app here, there is a particular spacing between the taskbar and the logo. I don't know if you, so I'm going to use, let me color this red so that you understand what I mean. There's a spacing here. There's also a spacing here. In design, we call all these things white space. So most times having white space in your design make your work to be easy readable and make the user to understand your design. So most times if you don't have white space in anything you're doing, it will be very users will be very confused when they are making use of your app. So you have to like give some breathing space so that users can know what a particular element means. So all these things, all these places I'm coloring red, they are actually spaces, and these spaces were not just they're not just dumb text there. The spaces are being calculated. So that's why we created our red square method yesterday. So there's a space here. So right now we're paying attention to details. One thing, as a UI UX designer, you need to pay attention to the least detail, whether it's space, images, fonts, color, all those tiny, tiny things that people on a normal, the people that are not UI UX designer, they overlook. You as a UI UX designer, you don't overlook them because those are the little, little things that add up to your app looking very beautiful. All these places I'm coloring red, if you notice, there's actually a space there. Here there's another space, and all these spaces are not just guesswork, they were actually calculated. Here there's a space between this button and this login text. There's also a space here. So we'll be using the red square method to calculate those space so that the developer can know the space we're using, which is also going to influence the code of the developer. I hope everyone is following so far.
Yes, ma'am.
Following.
Okay. So right now we're creating a mobile app. We want let there be a space here because it will look awful if our image just glued to this top of the app. It won't make sense. So there has to be a breathing space there. So we'll just click here. We're making use of 40. So I just use my alt. I drag this red square here and place it there. So I'm making use of 40. If 40 is not okay, we can extend it to 48. So I kind of feel 40 is okay. So I'll be using 40 for this. So we don't have to use the red square method between these two rect square here, because the grid has already helped us to like let us know where we're going to place the elements. But we're going to make use of red square between. Here we have 24, spacing of 24 between these two square and pointing. So we'll have to maintain the same 24 here so that it will not look somehow. So right now we're paying attention to every little detail that will make our design not to come out great. So I don't know if you understand what I mean. So I basically went here and adjusted. Let me Control Z to undo. So I clicked on the element I grouped. I looked over here. You can see 22. That's the spacing over here. You can see what I'm pointing. Even Figma is telling me the spacing here is 22. The spacing here between the cards, between the rectangles rather, is 24. But the spacing here between these two, between these two cards, the spacing between the two cards is 32. So we want it to be the same spacing here, which is 24. So we just change 20 the 32 to 24. Right now we have a consistent spacing. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to add images to this rectangle. to this square rather we have created. So how to create images is very simple. So there are different ways to create images, to bring in images into your work. So the first way is by installing. Figma has image plugins. If you go to your plugins, manage plugin, you can look for free pick. Free pick FreePic is a place where you can get images. FreePic also have a website, an official website where you can go on Google. You can type FreePic. You see their official website. You can go there and download images, 3D images. I think they also have icons, but they are more of images. So let me just paste this on the group, on the chat rather. We have free pick. That's the place we can. We don't want to go to free pick official website. We just want to use um, the plugin inside our Figma file. So, but if you copy and if you write free pick on Google, you see their official website. So another place you can also get images is on Splash. Unsplash also has an official website on Google. So because I already have them installed, so here it will be showing like this. But if you don't have them installed, it will be showing wrong. So another place is on Splash. So we have so many websites where you can get we can get stock photos. We call them stock photos. So photos that are used for our for designing digital project. They are called stock images. So for I mostly use free pick. So I use Unsplash, but I use more of free because I love the images of free pick more than Unsplash. So we want to add an image to this particular um, square. So what we're going to do, please, if you don't understand at any point, please unmute and ask questions. I want to be sure everybody is following. So if you understand the basics, you can do things with the basic. You can design anything at all with the basic understanding you have. So it's just for you to understand the basic first, then you can create any designs at all. So for me to add images, I'm going to click on this. I'll right click, then I'll go to my plugins, then click on because I use it often. Yeah, I'm going to see it here. Free pick. These are most of the Figma plugin I use all the time. But to see the plugins you have installed on your Figma, you're going to go to plugins, click on this arrow, see saved plugins. So I have so many plugins that I've installed on my system. These are plugins I use for projects. So I'll go to free pick. So I'll click on it. So I'm going to look for I just want an images that give this kind of vibe of payments being made. That's just because most times the images you use on your project should reflect the project goal. If you are designing a food app, you should use food projects and pictures of food because you can't use pictures of this thing drivers for an app that is for food. So most times your pictures have to be used in line with the project you are in line with the project you are working on. So right now this is a payment platform we're designing for. So we're just going to look for images that give us that vibe of payment, swiping of cards, so that's something like that. So I'll just look for let me just write payment. Let me see the images that FreePic is going to show me. Okay. So I'll just use this. So I'll just put this there. So once you make sure the rectangle is being selected, I clicked on it, then click on the image I want to add. So I want to add image to this particular square. So I'll click on it. So I'll look for, okay, I'll click on this one, like a customer receiving its delivery, receiving her delivery. This one is giving that kind of vibe. So I'll just click this image to add to that particular square. So I want to this particular image kind of signifies investment or something. So maybe our app people can make investments. So we're just going to add that image. See, right now we're being proposed with our image. We're not just getting random image and just putting there. So we're just going to add this there, and we're going to add the last one. Okay, well, I'm looking for something that will show customer that they can use their credit card to purchase. So let's just use this one. So I've changed the title, the name of this page to onboarding one. First onboarding screen. So let me
I
name
have a
it.
question, ma.
Okay.
Yeah, so for these images that you placed in a shape, assuming maybe you copied it from websites, maybe for
Yes.
instance, it's a circle and you copied it from the website, how do you paste the image into the circle?
Okay. For example, this particular square is a circle.
Yes, and you copied the image from a website, like not a plugin.
You can give the image a corner radius. So, okay, let me practicalize it. The free pick website. I don't want. I'm using a different system from the one I used yesterday. So let me just get a random image here. So let me just click here. So this is a random image now. So this image, you can give it a corner radius. So another way to give image a corner radius is by, if you click on this image, there is a small circle here. You see radius. There is a small circle at the corner of this image. You can change it to a circle. You can just, I don't know if this answers your question.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so that's the simple way to achieve that. So right now, okay, so I just want to mention something. So when using the red square method for your spacing, so remember we made use of 40 here. So how to use the red square method is that, let me zoom out so that you see. You can see the red square is at the tip of this frame, and let me select all of this and group all of them. So you have to make sure the element, this particular image that we group, is at the tip of this particular red square. So you bring it down, as you can see there's still a small space. We want it to be exactly 40 space here, like the space here to be 40. So bring this up a bit to make sure this laps. So when we're dealing with text, you see how I use it for text. I just want to mention that. So another thing is that most times when designing, as you can see, all these are stock images, and we're dealing right now. We're trying to deal with like consistency. These images now, this one, these are different images. So another way to make your images look good, especially when you're doing work either for your portfolio, for clients, you can edit your images on Figma. So for me to edit these images, because I want all of them to have some kind of texture. I want the texture of the images to be the same. I don't want this one, the look of this. Don't worry, when I edit it, you're going to see the difference. Let me just duplicate this so that you can see the difference. So I'll duplicate this. So I want to edit these images now. So what I'm going to do now is to click on this, go to, let me remove the color that was on the rectangle. No, first, this is the color that was on the square rather. So let me just press the minus to remove it. So for me to edit these images, I'm going to click on the first image, go to this place. I don't know if you see where I clicked. If you look at this place, you're going to see fill. You see image here. then you're going to see like the small the image here. You are going to see it very small here, like showing you that this is an image. So you click here, then you start editing it. So editing your image actually makes your image to be very presentable. So most times when you're starting out, you might just want to use your image like that, but like professionally, it's just good you edit your images so that it will look better. The images will look like the same. Don't worry, let me just do it. I don't want to add any shadow. Let me see if I can edit all the images together. So let me just click all of them. Okay, Figma does not have that functionality. So I have to edit them one by one. So I will work on the exposure. Don't want it to be too dark. Don't want it to be too light. So the contrast, I have to work on it. Let me put it in a bit. Put it in the saturation. Work on the saturation a bit. Temperature. Let me give it a little bit of highlight. Add more highlights. So I'll just repeat. As you can see, most times when designing, it does like it takes sometimes most of the apps you see on your you use on your mobile phone. Most time it takes time to design them. It's not something that is done rush. Most times you do something hurriedly, even if you're um because right now like because I have so many years of experience, there are ways I can design consistency even when a client gives me a very tight time schedule. For example, a client might say, oh, we want this app in 1 week. I know how to come up with something that looks very good in 1 week very fast. But right now that we're starting out, we need to like learn how to pay attention to details. Right now we're paying attention to every tiny detail, even our images. We're working on them. So I have to repeat the same thing I did for this first one to all these ones. So do this. So I'll go back to this and see the okay, I shifted the exposure a bit, the contrast. So contrast and move it forward a bit. So you can see the time it's taking me to edit all of them. So I'm taking my time to do that. I just want the images to have some kind of uniform feel. So then I touch on the temperature for the first time. So I'll just do the same thing. Temperature. The temperature. Then the highlights I added enough highlights. So I'll do the same for this. Let's see how this particular image is going to look with highlight. Okay, I think it's going to come together. So this was the images before, this was the images now. So let me repeat the same thing for this one. Please, I hope everyone is following.
Yeah.
I'm following.
Okay, thank you. So I'll repeat the same thing. Let me see if I can copy the property of this image. Okay, copy property and paste property. Paste the property. Okay, it's not working the way I want, so I have to do it manually.
I have a question, please.
Okay.
Sorry, please. On the image, on the image, the rectangle you use add a corner radius to it, or the image automatically did that.
No, I added though.
Okay.
I added corner radius of 8. I just wanted the corner radius
To
to just
the
be
whole
small.
side, or okay, you added to the whole side. Okay.
To the whole side, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll basically repeat the same thing. So I'll just repeat it here. Contrast, saturation, temperature, okay, temperature, the same thing. Let's repeat the same thing to all of them. You can see already the difference between this image I've edited with this one. For me, it's looking better because this is what I do for any client project I'm handling. I use this Figma functionality. So just want to make our image to look uniform. So add highlights. Okay, so everything is looking better. So this is the before and this is the after. This was it before and this is the after here. So I'm basically delete this. Okay, let me just paste it somewhere. Let's keep it. So the next thing now I want to do, because most times when designing you have to let the user know, because the right now we want to add something to this particular design to let the user know that this page is two, because we're creating two onboarding screen. So we want to show the user that the user can swipe to see the next. And how you can demonstrate that to the user is by adding this thing. This can be a dot, this can be something like this. I think let's create ours to be dots. We will not make this like this. Our own to be like this. These are the did theirs. One is big, one is small. This one is kind of narrower, this one is kind of bigger. So we'll just use dot instead. This was created with rectangle. So I'll be creating mine with circle. So I'll just use circle to create mine. So I'm holding down shift. So whenever you select a shape, if you want to make sure the shape is equal, let me just do it. So this is me drawing a shape. Okay, this is still equal, sure. So most times if you paste your shapes, it might not be equal. So you have to hold down shift, especially if you are trying to like scale it. It's shift. I'm holding down shift and dragging my mouse. So I just want it to be equal. Though I'm using a rectangle, and let me use circle instead. So I'll use circle, hold down shift to make sure that it's still equal, even if it's very small. So I'm holding down my shift and dragging my mouse. So right now there has to be space between this image and this dot. So this our dot is going to be 2. I just want it to be 2. The first one, let's go to our color palette. Let's bring our color palette here. So the first one is going to be, we're going to use this our black. Since our black is looking too black here, I'm feeling I should reduce it a bit because of here we're using it. We're still, this color we're creating and we still from that, this our green, we're like making it a little bit faint. Yeah, see the way I'm moving my my mouse here to get another shade of that green. So let me make it something. Let me see, black. I think this black is okay. Then I want the second one to be lighter so that the user is going to know where they are. So we're designing for the state when the user is in the first page. When the user is in the first page, it will be this first dot will be selected. When the user is in the second page, this second dot is going to be selected with this thick black. So you understand what I mean. We'll soon go on break. Oh, it's already 11. So let me just finish up this. So place it like this. Then I just want to use auto layout. I don't want to go ahead to I just want to use simple auto layout for this. I'll hold down my shift, click on this to make sure the spacing is consistent, add auto layout, and I want to use it. So I'll use my alignment tool to centralize it to the center of the page. If this is too small, I'll still increase it.
Sorry, please. Can you do the auto layout again, please? Please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So this is how I created the auto layout. Let me group it. So I made sure the two circle is selected. So the element you want to add auto layout to, you have to select it. Though I can still use red square method. Okay, I will do one with red square method and one with auto layout to still give us the same result. So these are the two elements I want to add auto layout to because I want the spacing between the two to be multiples of 8. I don't want to because another thing is that the numbers you just like what we said yesterday about spacing when it has to do with data product, the spacing is either divisible by 4 or 8. Most times you can go down to 2, but 4 or 8 is the most commonly used. So I just want to make sure the spacing that is being used in my design, they are all divisible by 8 and it's accurate. Let not be that the spacing here is 100, the one here is 10, the one here is, so it will be inconsistent. So I'm just going to click on these two elements. I want to add space, so I right click, add auto layout. You have to select them. I hold down my shift to select these two objects, click on the first one, hold down shift to click on the second one. If you want to select two items, you click the first item first, then hold down shift to click the second item, then right click, add auto layout. So when you add auto layout, there's going to be a setting here. This setting here is showing this particular one I'm pointing, horizontal gap between items, is showing the space that is between the items, and that's the space we want to work on. So let's just give this 100. Let's see the gap. You can see the gap here. Even when I click inside, you see that the Figma is telling me that the gap here is 100, which is too big. So I want the gap between here to be 8. So as you can see, the gap now is 8, and that's the one I want to work with. So for this, if you want to use your red square method, you can go to your red square method and select 8. So you click on this small one, which is 8. Remember, width 8, height 8. So copy it, bring it to our design. So just like the way we did for that first one. So you make sure the red square is at the tip of this first one and is also at the tip of the second one to show that this is actually it. Let's use this to measure the one we created with auto layout. Let's ungroup them. This is actually at the edge of the circle, so that means it's correct. It's 8 8. You can still use your auto layout to do that. So if for example this was far, this was far, so because you want the spacing between these two elements to be 8, you have to shift this to the tip of the red square, shift this one to the tip of the red square, and if you use your auto layout to confirm it, it's 8. So that's it. Right now we're going to also define the let's group this. Right now we're going to sorry. So right now we're going to define the space between the, after this I think we'll go on a 30 minutes break and come back. So let's just finish this last one. So right now we're going to we want to define the space between this image and this circle. So let's ensure that this is at the center. We're going to use our alignment tool. So I want to ensure these two dots is in the center. I will use my alignment tool and click on this. This is align horizontal center. So you click on it, it's already on the center. So the next one we're going to do, we want to define the space between these images and this what was it called, with these two circles we created. So we are going to use our red square method because that's like the easiest way to not to be confused. But if you use what was it called, auto layout, you might be a little bit confused. So we don't want the spacing to be very big, so we'll just make use of 32. So we'll bring our 32, we'll place it at the tip. So most times what we're using to measure is actually the height. So you can increase the width, though the spacing is still going to be 22 because the height of this red square is 32. So I just increase the width so that I won't be like confused on where to place it. So the height of this is still 32. Even if we use auto to please, I don't know if anybody is understanding what I'm saying. Please, if you don't understand, just call my attention today. You don't understand, so I will explain. So I just increase this so that I'll be sure that this two element is lapping at the tip, especially if as I have images that is bigger than that the initial width it was before, which was 32. So I just increase the width to make sure it laps here. So I bring this at the tip of my image and make sure this is also at the tip. So yeah, so this is at the tip. You can see it here. At the tip, it's also at the tip. So right now the spacing between um my image and this dot is 32. So and yeah, so that's basically how to use the red square method. So we're going to go on 30 minutes break and come back to continue to flesh out other screens. So yeah, so do anybody have any question before we go on break? Anybody have any question?
Hi, well done.
Oh,
Uh,
oh,
Please, on some design, on some onboarding screen, that circle that you created is on at the down part of the page. So can we use the red
yes.
square
Okay,
for
yeah. Go on. I don't know. Speak very well so I will hear you clearly. Go on. Start from the beginning.
okay, like on some design, on some onboarding screen,
Yeah.
the circle, that two circle that you created is at the
Yeah.
bottom, like at the down part of the screen. So how
Yes.
can we use the red
Square
square
method.
method? Yes,
Yeah.
measuring that.
Okay, very good. So what's the best hack? So let's say for example, this want to bring this circle here and maybe we might have a text here. So what we're going to do is that I'm using the biggest spacing number, which is 48. So I brought 48 here. So I'm the simplest way to do it. So I make sure 28 is at the tip of this image. So I'll duplicate 28 again. Let me duplicate it like 4 times. So I'll group this because if you add 28 into what's it called, into 4 places, to still give you a number that is divisible by 4, but in a place where I'm in a tight corner, this is just what I do. So I group this 28 that I duplicated 4 times, then I bring it down here, make sure it laps here. Then this I have to make sure is in the center of these two. As you can see, Figma is showing me 17 or 17 down. That means it's in the center of these two red square that I created. So that's it, it's centralized, and I just align it to center. So I don't know if that answered your question.
Yes, thank you, ma.
Okay, so we'll be back, I think 30 minutes from now, might be, is it 11:48 or 50? So we'll be back by that time to continue. So we'll still soon be continuing, guys. So let's just wait for others to join back. So once we have like I think 20 people or 19, we'll continue. So we'll be starting in the next 5 minutes. Let's just allow others to join. So we just start. So, guys, we're continuing now. So, please, can everyone hear me? I want to be sure I can be heard.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So let's continue because we're today's class is closing by 1, so we'll just have to wrap up with what we have. So let's continue. So the next thing we are going to do, we're going to write a text here that is going to, because basically the onboarding basic purpose of the onboarding is to let the user know like how the app is going to benefit them and solve their problem. So that's the purpose of onboarding. So I want to write a text. I'll use this text here. So I will just basically write it there. So I'll go to my design system and get the text that will define the
Sorry,
text
please.
style.
Are you sharing your screen?
Oh, you can't see my screen.
No.
Oh,
Oh
so
my.
sorry. Sorry about that. Thank you for calling my attention. So you can see my screen now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll go to my design system, get my text. So I'll just paste this here. So my text is not visible. So I'll basically use the black color that will define in our design system. So for this display for the text here, let's on our grid because our grid is going to help us to paste this text in the right position because we want it to be we'll try right aligned and center aligned. So let's start with center alignment because I feel center alignment to be best. So this text is going to be, so let's make it a semi bold, or let's just leave it at medium for now. So we're just going to write um manage your payments at ease. So that'll be the first thing. Manage. So one major thing I want you to have in mind is that whenever you are um, coming up with write-ups for your design project, either for mobile app, website, dashboard. Formerly, when I first started in the years, and do make use of something called lom ipsum. Or lom ipsum is like a dummy test that is used to like replace something. Let me say something like this. We just use lom ipsum. So instead of carving out the right content that is going the right write up that is going to suit this project, you just use lom ipsum. Lom ipsum also have a plugin on Figma. So you can go to Figma, manage plugin and install it. I think I was using it back in the days, but nowadays it's not really good when you are showcasing your design on your portfolio and you have long issue on it. Most times recruiters might look at you like somebody that is not serious. So it's better you use something called ChatGPT. So we'll not be covering what ChatGPT how to use ChatGPT in this course. So ChatGPT is basically an AI that you can use for your research work. You can also use ChatGPT as a UI UX person to create brief, to create what is it called? To also create content for your website. So let me just drop the link. So we will not be going in details on how to use ChatGPT here. To use ChatGPT, you have to make use of prompts, something called prompts. So we'll be learning that in another section. Maybe when we're talking about website design or dashboard design, we'll talk about how to use ChatGPT. So nobody makes use of dummy text. So if you can't figure out the right content to use for this onboarding screen, you can write a prompt on ChatGPT to give you a written test that you can copy from ChatGPT to your dashboard. I mean to your design rather. So we'll be covering that about ChatGPT in another day lecture. So let's just focus on this. So I want to make this manage payment online. As you can see, Figma is helping me to show it's showing me um what is it called 32 at this top part, and it's giving me a sign that um let me not explain further so that you won't be confused. So I want to define my spacing between this my two dot and this space. I just want to make use of 32. So just like what we've been doing before, I'll duplicate this, I'll place it here, then drag this to the tip. So I'll move this to lap. So for me to ensure everything is lapping, because most times there are some um, letters that some letters, the way the letters is being written is kind of longer, like the way we have M here, images of capital letters. So we have to make sure this M, which is a like the biggest number in this sentence, to like lap with the red square. So that would delete this, then ensure it's centralized. Let me bring it this way, centralize it, then reduce this. Please, if you don't understand, you can unmute your mic and ask questions. So I want to increase the letter, the line height. So line height is let me just do that so that you understand what line height is. Line height is basically the space between two. Like you have these two sentences here. One is on top of one, so the spacing between them. So I want to make sure it's a little bit bigger. I don't want it to be too close. I don't want it to be too close like this. So this is where line height is. So I have to raise it a bit. Let me just give it 32. 32 is fine. Is the person that will mute your mic, do you have a question?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Please, could you go over the red letter, the red line and the text again, please?
The are you talking about the red square method? The red square and the what are you asking about? I want
The
to
red
quickly.
square and the text.
Okay, how I was able to get the space.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I went to this place because I have 32 here. So I copied 32, pasted it here, then placed it here. So just like what I've explained before, when making use of the red square, you have to make sure your red square is at the tip is at the tip of the circle, and also at the tip of this particular this thing right up here. So as you can see now, the largest alphabet in this right up, because I can't start defining the like placing it according to this Y, I will make mistake, because this, as you can see, this M is like the largest. All these letters, they are kind of downward. I don't know whether you understand what I'm explaining. So I have to increase the width like this. So I think I've done something similar like this when we were trying to get the spacing between the images and the dot. So I extended it like this. The main thing we're using for our spacing is the height. But the width, when making use of the red square method, the main thing we're using to get our spacing is the height. So our height is still 32, but our width is changing so that we ensure that the letter that is the alphabet rather, that is the biggest, is going to lap at the edge of this our red square. So I will just shift it up a bit, and yeah, so that's it. I delete it. So that was how we're able to get the spacing.
Okay, thank you.
So then, yeah, to somebody have a question.
Okay, so the first option we had is to have the team building in the office because I had the conversation with Good News and I think Sepa, and we talked about if we're going to do it outside, right? It's going to be more cost effective
I don't
in the sense
I don't
that
understand. Who is
we'll have to
speaking?
get like food and everything outside. So we thought, yes, more costly if we go outside to like perhaps to a restaurant or something. So we thought that we could just have it in the office, we get food and drinks and games and yes, food, drinks and the other options for us to go out. So we're thinking that I removed the yes I removed the restaurant because we've done that. I think we did that in December. That wasn't here when you went to um Marriott. So I thought about going to the beach. Is it that we go to the beach or the paint bowling or we have a sip and paint setting. But the sip and paint is quite expensive because each person has to have a canvas to paint on, and it was just into a lot. So I know I did know goodness. We talked about it for the it wasn't documented, but we had a conversation about it. I have evidence, I
Please
have
go.
witnesses.
Hello, please go real. Please, can you go on? Hello,
Yeah, I can hear you.
please go on. I think they're having a meeting and she didn't mute herself. You can go on. Honestly, almost one.
Okay, so let's continue. So the next one we're going to create. So we're going to create this text that explains this heading. This noise is distracting me.
Please. We're going to park or some probably we're going to have like a picnic or something like that. It's going to be like outside.
Okay, so sorry about that, guys. So let's continue. So the next thing we are going to create is this text below this. So the text is just going to like explain this heading. So we're going to make it regular. So the text is going to be smaller than this. Let's see the font size that was used. Okay, they used so we'll just reduce this and let's make it 18 and reduce this to regular. So we're just going to write some explanation of this. Manage your online implementer, please. We will have an easy easy payment method I'll just stop it there. It's going to reduce the line height. I don't want to change the it give you fast and easy payment, and I don't want it to be. Let me just make it 28. So this is the line height here. If you hover over here, you see line height. So line height is basically the space between this first sentence and this second word. So the space between them is the line height. So let me show you how it will look when the line height is very big. So if I reduce it, I'm basically using my arrow. So if you click on the text and double click here, you can use your arrow to reduce it or increase it. So I'm reducing it. I just want to give it 26. I want to make it regular, then make it faint. So why I'm basically making it faint is because the first text is bold. It won't make sense if this um, text is bold and this one is bold, then the color of this is black and the color of this one is black. Let me explain what I mean again so that you won't be confused. For example, let me take this back to the way it was. This is bold. For example, if we make these two things bold, this thing is not visually appealing. It doesn't make sense this way because we have a bold text here. The next thing that should follow it should be a text that is regular, because this text is just like a simple text that the user can read. This one is like the header. The header has to be bold. So this is like a description text rather, and the color of the description text is not supposed to be the same color with this. With time, you understand what I mean. So I just want to make this a little bit faint. So I'll just reduce it a bit. I'll make this 64. To make this 64, I feel I should increase line height a bit.
Sorry, Gloria.
Okay.
How did you reduce the level of the text? I mean the space between the text. Like you have to manage your online payment, and here when I try to put it in, there's this
You mean the
space
line height?
between the text height.
Line height. Okay. So this is it here. So you click on the text, then you go over to this place. If you look at this sidebar, I don't know if you can see where I'm hovering, pointing my mouse. You see the text, and here we have Lato, which is the font style we're using. We have the font weight, which is regular. We have the font size. Here, this is it here. We have line height. This is line height here. So you can, if for example now, you can click on it. Let me click on this. What I basically did, I double click to select this, then use my arrow to move it up. Up is if you use your arrow to move it up, you can see the number is changing. You are basically increasing it. But if you use the down arrow to reduce it, the line height is reducing.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm giving this 8. I'm feeling this text is looking somehow. My eyes see how it will look. Most times if you come up with a design, you have to like go through them because you might design something you might not be okay with it. So just have to go through your work. So I'm feeling there's a little mistake somewhere. So okay, I'll just leave it this way. So I'm going to use my rescue method to spacing between this and this. So I'll use my rescue method to define the spacing. I don't want the spacing to be too big, so let's use 25 24 to see it. 24 is going to be, remember, you can increase the width of it, but the height is always P. Let me just increase that quickly. Just quickly. Now that is my text. So the next thing now I want to create is my button. So I want to create my button where the user can click and skip. The user can swipe to see the next page, or the user can press skip to go to the um, create account page. So I'll just go to my design system and get my button. So the button is just a simple button for that page. I'll just copy this, go to okay, paste it here. I'll increase the width. I'll increase the width of my button. So remember, I have to also define the space between this text and the button. So the spacing here and here has to be the same. So I'll just basically use my 48. So I'll place 48 this way. I think I'll just duplicate 48 the red square twice, just like what I did before. So now do this, bring this downward, then place this at the center and delete this. And change this to skip. Then centralize my text. Let me see how this app looks without the grid. Or it's coming together, but I'm feeling there's something wrong with this design. So maybe why I'm feeling that way is because me personally, I have high taste in UI design. So but for this class, we just keep everything simple. So I'll just reduce this a bit, reduce this a bit, and let me see how this is
Sorry, a
going to.
question, please.
Yeah.
Okay. On your design, there's no icon like representing the bar, the Wi-Fi, the battery at the
Okay, it's
at the top.
optional. Yeah, you can decide to put this in your design. Okay, let's
Okay.
just put it. So most of all these things is optional. As you can see, this first design I got from um Figma community. Person didn't put it.
Okay.
Though,
Sorry. One more question. Another question. Sorry,
yeah.
please. The card you're using, did you design it from original, or the graphic designer of the company gave it to you? This card,
Which
this ATM card. Yes, yes.
I got this image from the Figma. I got this design from Figma community. So this thing is
All
an
right.
image. Yeah.
Okay.
But most time, yeah. But most time, if you are handling some projects for some client, they give you all these design assets to use. So
Okay.
yeah, you can also design it by yourself, export it as PNG, and bring it into your design.
Okay,
In
sorry,
Figma,
please.
that's
Can you add those battery bar to your site? Let me see how you do it, because I'm trying to do it from my end, and I'm using grid, but it's outside the line that I use. So I want to be sure of what I'm doing.
okay. Let me just copy
Yes,
the link.
thank you. Can you also add the grid to it, please?
Okay. So yeah, this is it.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So right now we have the first splash screen. We're going to create the second one. I think this text is looking kind of big. Let me get it to big.
Please, I have a question.
Yeah.
So it means that for the red square method, you totally determine the number of spaces you want to use, if it's 8 or 24 or 32.
Yes. Remember what I said yesterday? These red square methods, they are all they are all divisible by 8. So
Yeah.
let me let me write the figures here so that it won't confuse you. So why we're basically using this red square method is because right now we're still starting out, and we don't most times using auto layout might be a little bit confusing for us, especially as we're starting out now. So I just these red square methods can actually help us to be consistent, because as you can see, we're not just using the red square method between elements, we're also using it to like measure the spacing. Like if you see what I did here, I'll measure the spacing up here and the spacing down here
Yeah.
before I place this. So those little spacing, those are the things that actually add to the uniqueness of your work. And most times, as we're starting out now, it might be very challenging for you to get your spacing right. So may just using these squares as a guide, it's very easy that way. So that's why I introduced everyone to the red square method, because this is what helped me. Because especially when starting out, you're going to have issue with not being consistent in your spacing, and that's like a major challenge. So those first one is 8, the second one is 16, the third one is 24, this one is 32. 32. All these numbers are divisible by 8. So you can use numbers that are divisible by 4, but this is majorly the ones I use when I'm designing any project at all. either for a client. So this is just the numbers. I use this, like this rescue method is going to come in handy, especially when we're going to design web what's it called, dashboards. So dashboard, inside dashboard we have tables, we have cards, we have charts. So this rescue method is going to be very, very handy because we'll use it to like design, to know the spacing of all those inner components. By the time we enter dashboard, you see what I mean. So let me not digress. Let me, okay, so this is 40. There's so 48. So the how to create this, to watch the width of this, you can see where I'm pointing. This width here is 8, this height here is 8. So for you to just do it just like what I said yesterday, you make sure you click on this place. Let's say for example you draw a random square, you have to click here, constraint proportion. So you have to click this place. When you click this place, it will give you the same um height. Let me just, so it will give you the same height and width. But if you do it just like the way I did it the first time, this width was not 8. I have to manually change it. So once it's like this, once I click on it and I duplicate this, I will change the next one. You can just add, you can do it here. You can add plus here, plus 8. Figma will do the calculation for you and give you 16. So you duplicate the next one, then you now write here plus 8 again. Figma will do the calculation and give you 24. So that's just basically it. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. But what I was asking is if it is up to us to choose the any number that we want for any of the spacing that we are working with.
Any number out of here
Yes.
or randomly?
No, out of these sizes. That's where you are working. Like this
Yes.
one, sometimes you'll be like, okay, let me just use 24. Like there's no principle to it.
There is a principle. The red square method is a principle. All these things are divided by 8. That's a principle. Why I'm choosing, okay, let me use 24 is because I don't want the spacing to be too big.
Okay.
If, for example, now I'm looking at these two things and I'll be, oh, the spacing I use here is too small, I will increase it to 32 because most times when I design, I go through my design and I just like increase the spacing. I'll look at it again. I'll be like, oh, this spacing is too, the text is too small. I have to increase it. So I will increase it again. So I'm like, let me use 24 because I just feel, oh, the spacing between this element and this is not supposed to be too big. Like imagine the spacing between this and this. I just wanted it to be very small. I don't want it, I don't want us to use 48 here. So that's just it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have a question now.
Okay.
How do you decide a spacing? Like which number comes to a particular, let's say you're doing the header of a website.
Yeah.
Do you have a
Yeah.
particular spacing you use there? Let's say you're doing the flaunter. Do you have a particular spacing you use there? Let's say this app now, because I know at the beginning you used 8, which is at the first you use 8. So what actually decides the number you use? And then when we came down to the middle of the app, you used the I think 32. So what's deciding all that? What's making that decision?
Okay. I think the place I use 8 is was when I was adding this tax bar here. I use 8 up here and 8 down here. You saw me when I was doing that, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Is because if, for example, now I come here and use 16, I just felt maybe because I'm already used to the whole process. Let me bring the whole of this closer. So with time, when you start like feeding your eyes with the way it's are being designed, with the way app looks, with the way website looks, with the way dashboard looks, you just by default you just know the spacing that, oh, the way other the way, because most times just like what I was saying yesterday, you have to go through other people's work, get inspiration, look at the way other baby companies design their stuff, you get inspiration. There is no place in the whole wide world of digital products where you're going to see 48 here. You bring this thing, an example now, let me bring this thing down here. I use 48 here for tax bar. Even when you look at your mobile phone, the spacing where this tax bar is always very tiny. So that's why I just use sense and okay, this is 8 and it was correct because all the application I've reviewed, there is no place when designing a tax bar you're going to do like this. Imagine this tax bar is like this. What's this? Look at the way the thing look, too big. And we use 48 for this top part. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. It's because like I feed my eyes with so many apps, so many websites. I already know how they look by default, so I can give my judgment. I don't know if you understand what I mean.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I think that's it for this first splash screen. We need to start creating this account because it's almost one. Let's just the same principle I use for creating this first splash screen, you can use it for the second one. So I don't want to repeat myself. Let me just go back to create account screen because that's another one we need to learn. So let me just bring it here. I'll move this one to our mobile app page. I just place it here. So I'll just duplicate this to show that the main idea was to have two onboarding screens. So I'll just leave it this way. So the next thing now is the sign up, create account rather. I want the user to create accounts. So I'll move this to another section of the page. Let me keep this here. I already have mood board. This is how they did theirs. Log into your account, create account. This looks very simple. Let's see other ones. This inspiration got from UX Archive. Please, I hope everybody's following. I'm going to give an assignment. So exactly the whole process I follow to create all these things, creating mood board, you create a fresh page, create any project of your choice, you get a logo, whether it's a food app, you're going to create yours and we're going to review it in the next class. I want to be sure everybody's understanding because this virtual class, I'm not seeing everybody on their laptop, so I can't assume that everybody understands. So this assignment is very, very compulsory. You choose a topic, whether it's a food app, you go to anywhere you want to go, whether it be Hands Dribble, Figma community, get inspiration, create everything from scratch. I know I'm going to know somebody that copied from Figma community because I know right now what we can do and what we can't do. So you have to design from scratch, whether it's a button, input feed, anything at all, make an attempt, design it by yourself. And we're going to be reviewing it together in the next class.
Ma, we're already designing a project already.
Okay, you guys are giving assignments.
Yes, we have personal projects and group projects that we're currently working on.
Okay, I'll confirm from them whether it's okay. Okay, don't worry, I'll just confirm that before. Um, okay, that's fine. Don't worry, I'll just confirm. So I'm still looking, going through. Okay, the mood board will go for the the create screens. I just want to bring them close by. Going through other ones. This one, I don't really like the way it looks. I don't like this looks. So let me just work with these two because of time. We'll get inspiration from these two. So I'll duplicate this page. I'll delete this image and we'll start creating our create account screen. I just want this create account to be very simple, no big deal. So the first thing we're going to do, our grid is very compulsory. So I want this to, okay, let me go back to, I can get my text, so bring this closer. So I'll bring this here, create account, create account. Because this is like a heading, so I want to increase it. This title is quite big and I think the title here is like the main title of the page. It has to be pronounced a bit, so centralize it. Then let's see what they have here. Already have an account login, so I don't want mine to be like that. I want mine to be below, so I'll just go ahead and create my input field. To create my input field right now, I'm going to take a rectangle. So I'll draw a rectangle and make sure the height of the rectangle is big enough so that the user thumb can, because user are going to tap on this input field to enter their email. So we'll give this input field a title first before we go on to design how the input field is going to look. So I'll quickly rename this to email. Name this to email because this is an header. This is looking very big. I'll reduce it to 18. 18 is fair. Reduce it to 18. Don't want it to be very bold. Medium can go. Why I'm using medium is because if this two text here, if this two text here is very bold, it will not look visually appealing. For example, this thing is bold, this one is bold. It doesn't make sense. So this one now has to be um medium. This can be medium, this can be regular, but let's just use medium. So for let's check the height of our button so that we use the same height, 64. So this we're going to give this a corner radius of 8, and right now we don't want the let me remove my grid. So we don't want this to have this color, so we're going to derive our color from this. So what I basically did, so we want to like get a lighter shade, maybe between white and this. So we want to give it a fill. If the fill does not work, we're going to give it a stroke rather. We're going to give it a stroke, then give the stroke a color. So let's just start with the fill. So I'll use my eyedropper to click this, then move this to like get the right shade that will be good for this. So let me give this a feel. I'm giving it like a darker shade of this. Let me also give it a stroke. So to get stroke for any of your object, either rectangle, circle, so you just have to, for any object at all, so you just click on your the object you want to give stroke, then go to this place, click here, stroke. Then you can see now it now has a border line, a stroke. You can see the stroke is black. Formerly, this was the way it was when there was no stroke. But this is how it is now when we have stroke. Please, I hope everyone is following. You know.
Yes.
Following.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's good. So I'm going to I also want the color of the stroke to be like another darker version of this one I use here. So I'll just click I let me redo this so that it won't be confusing. So give it a stroke. So for me to give my stroke a color, I'm going to go here. This is under stroke. You see the color that your stroke have. You click on it. Use your pen, eyedropper to click here. Then I'm going to keep on adjusting it a bit. So I just want it to be, let me zoom in so that you see the stroke color. So I don't want it to be too dark. I don't want it to be too light. You can see. But if I do this and I preview the work doesn't look good, I'll duplicate and do it again. So just want it to just have this kind of feel. I don't know if you can see the stroke color. Let's see the stroke color. I don't want it to be too light. I don't want it to be too dark. So this is it for our first input field. So now we're going to put in our placeholder text. So we'll just duplicate this so that the user. So this is another important place to use red square method because right now we have to define the space, the white space here, the text we're going to put inside. There's a space here and we have to define it. So we don't just drop things inside the canvas. So let me get my red squares because this is the best scenario to use it. So most times when starting out and you face this kind of situations, so most times you just drop things on the screen and to make your app not to look consistent. So I'll just paste this here, move it up. Filling it will be too small. So let me go for 16. So I'll just duplicate this and place it here. So I'm zooming out. So I'll place this carefully here. So as you can see, it's at the tip of the rectangle. It's inside at the tip. So I will now place this placeholder. I'll make sure this moves, touches the um, red square. Then I'm going to make this light and I'll reduce the color of this because this is a placeholder text. It's not like a main text. So it has to have this kind of faint look. I'm basically doing this to let the user know what they are entering because most times, even if you um, say email, you have to like define some, like most times you might just define one or two things, enter your email address must end with this, but for this we're just going to make our placeholder simple. Just enter your email your email address, enter your email address. So most times if I'm having spelling mistake issue, I think Figma has updated their software. They have this spell checker. I think something that checks your spelling. So if you make mistake, there'll be a red line, so you can right click and get the right spelling. So formally, Figma doesn't have that, but right now, so because most times when designing, some UI UX designer they make mistake in their spelling. So that's one of the reasons why that feature is very important. Because sometimes you create an app, some clients will call you and be like, Elizabeth, you made an issue here. Why is this spelling not correct? Why is this thing? So most times it's kind of embarrassing because it's looking as if maybe a professional in what you're doing, but you don't know how to spell. That feature was really needed. So let me let me kill this one side. So I'm going to group these two. So I'll group these two so that this will not the way I place this here is not going to scatter. So I'll just group them together. So how to group, you click on the first one, hold down shift, click on the second one, you right click and group section. So I want to ensure this is in the center. So I'll use my alignment tool, align vertical center to be sure that my element is at the center. So another thing we also need to define is the spacing between this text and this input field here. So let's define that. So right now we can simply use auto layout, just like what we have been doing. We click on this first one, hold and she click on the second one, right click, add auto layout, then you just make it 16. I think 16 is fair. If 16 is too small, I will increase it to 24, but I feel 16 is okay. So another thing we need to define is the spacing between this create account. Does somebody have a question?
Yes, ma'am. I have a question, ma'am. This red square method, is there a difference between this and padding?
You said I don't understand what you're saying. What do you say?
Is there a difference between the red square method and padding?
And what?
Padding.
Padding.
Yes.
The red square method. This one, this explanation, I don't know how to explain it in the way you're going to understand, or trying to look for the best
Yes,
way
but
to
I have
explain.
that question too because sometimes when you're using auto layout, you don't need to use what is it called, the rectangle or the triangle, yeah, the triangle again. Auto layout
Yeah.
helps to give you those whatever it is that you want. So is it not better to use padding instead of the rest? Or are they the same thing, or can you use both of them?
What are you is it because I can't access dev mode. Trying to understand your question, because this red square method, if a developer is to make use of dev mode to access, even if you use the red square method, even if you use the auto layout, if a developer access this your design, they can see the exact spacing that the red square made here, or the exact spacing that was made here by the auto layout. I don't know whether you understand
Yes,
what
but
I'm
the thing is, I think it's almost the same thing as padding because on that auto layout section, there's a place where you get the padding for the left, right, the top and the bottom.
Yes, exactly.
So padding is the
Yes,
same, does the same work with the red square.
yes. This red square method is auto layout simplified. So I'm just like trying to, like, some people might not really get, because you might be though you might know the basics of using auto layout very well, um but most times you might make some little mistakes that you might not even be aware that you make all those kind of mistakes. So that's why I introduce, if you notice, sometimes I use the rescue method, sometimes I use auto layout. So even
Okay,
for the
ma'am.
one we make use of the red square method, if a developer is to use the dev mode to go through it, it will still give them the padding of the element they are viewing. So it's basically the same thing. Please, do you
Okay,
understand?
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, it's almost time to close. Just complete this create account page. So, so right now I want to define the spacing. So let me first of all define the spacing. This white space here, I just want to define it. So I'll just do like this way. I don't want it to be too big. So I'm just using my red screen method to define all these things. So I'll move it up. Then define the spacing between that create account text and this. So I want the spacing to be a little bit large, so I'll just duplicate this and let's duplicate this, bring this down a bit, then move this upward, upward, and I'll ensure this is centralized. Okay, centralized. So because so one thing about creating elements like this, because we want to create the one for phone number and password, so we don't need to start going back again and start redesigning this thing. So what we just have to do is just to duplicate this. We just duplicate this like this, because it's basically the same thing that we're going to use for the phone number and the password. Even for other sign up flow. We're basically using the same style of input field. If we're to do that, we don't have enough time. So basically this we're using the same input style. The color is the same, the text is the same. So there is no need, because most times um, we junior designers will be thinking, oh, because I've created the first one, I need to start going back again and creating this one again for the password. So those things are wasted of time. So since you have already created the first one, it's just to duplicate, then change this quickly to password, then extend this. So that of password, we're going to have okay, I think the phone number comes before password. Let's let's just leave it at an email and password because of time. We'll remove one. So I just basically, so just change this to enter a password. Enter your password. Okay, so just leave it at that. Enter your password. Because this shifted, I will quickly ungroup this and just bring my red screen so that it will align perfectly. I'll do that quickly. Make sure it aligned because that was the same thing we did for the first one.
Sorry, Gloria. Please,
Yeah,
what's your suggestion? What should be the size of the red line method, if you have to measure it between text and...
like how I was able to get the numbers I use for the red square method.
No, I understand the numbers, I understand the sizes, but I'm saying between text and images, what do you suggest that we should only, like the sizes that we should always use?
I'm trying to understand your question. Is it that how am I able to know the particular spacing to use for a particular element, or I mean, a spacing of any
I mean
particular
between an image and a text. Between an image, for example, you did the slash screen the other time where we had the manage your online payment. You know, there is a particular space between the what are they calling it, the green two dots that we had. But I'm not
Yeah.
asking what exactly do you think? You know, sometimes we have so many. Some people might just want to see some design or something. What size do you think should be between the that okay? For example, from that kind of two dots and the text, what size do you think it should be?
32. Why I'm
32.
saying 32 is because of the design structure we're using. The way this our onboarding, let's go back to the place we're designing our onboarding. If you notice now, if you are to go through this all these pages here, all these different pages, it's designed by different designers. The spacing they use for their own is entirely different because their own design pattern, the way they design their own, is different from my own design. So their own
Yes, yes.
spacing, let's check the spacing this guy used here. The person used 17. So for me, if I was the one designing this, I would use 16 because I'm using numbers that are divisible by 8. And that's the standard. It's also going to help my developers. So I don't want to use like let me just leave it at that so that I will not explain further to distract you. So this one and this, the person used 61. So most times the spacing for different design that is not designed by one person, it varies because I'm not the one that designed all these ones. This is person used 50 here. So me,
Okay.
their numbering, their spacing for me is not correct because I learned professionally that spacing most time developers will call you and be asking questions here and there. So I'm just using a number that is either divisible by 4 or 8. So that's just basically it is already one. So let's just finish up this create account screen.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So this one is going to be enter your password. So we just want to have a simple icon here. So I already have my icon pack. So the icon pack I chose yesterday in class, I changed my own because the one I chose during our class yesterday was not looking sleek in my eyes. So I got another icon pack from Figma community. I'm going to look for the password um icon, something that looks like an eye. I'll look closely for it. Closing. Most times when icon packs are like this, you might be looking for something, but it's looking at you, you might not see it. You have to carefully look for it. Okay, so here is it. So I'll just get these two icons. So this is one I'm using for my password. I go back to my mode and I paste it into my work. So I'll paste it here. I'll get this one. This icon is already well sized and here. So this is the perfect way to even the right condition to use this red square method. I think I made use of 16 here. So I'll just duplicate that so that the size of the size here, the space here and the space here is going to be equal. So I'll just let me be sure that it was 16 I used. Let me just duplicate this. Okay, 16. Confirm. Okay, so just place this inside here, then place this at the tip, and centralize. I made a mistake there. Then I'm going to give this our black color. Our black color closer. So I'll give this our black color. I feel that this thing should not be too pronounced. The black color we give to this icon should not be pronounced. I will reduce the color a bit. I just want it to be a little bit faint. I think 60 is okay. So I make sure this tool is well aligned. Use my alignment tool plus I'm holding down shift to group all of them, then group the whole section together. And now we have our email and our password. So because this can easily be achieved with auto layout, we'll just use auto layout to define the spacing between these two, email and password. So let's use 32. If 32 is too small, let's just go for 40. Okay, 40 spacing is okay. Then we're going to copy our button from the previous one we did, and we're going to write this statement. Already have an account login, so we just we change this to continue. The user can continue, so let's change that to continue. Ensure it's centralized and it's centralized. Then we're going to let the user know if they already have an account, you can log in. So I'll just do that quickly. Already, so you can see here I'm also making a mistake. Already have making a mistake in my spelling. So you saw the red line that came out. So already have an account. put a question mark there, space login. So this particular login, while the login check there, we're going to give it underline it. So how to underline in Figma? Let's go very close to it. So we're going to click inside this text. We'll select this, go to this three dots here. Don't know whether everybody's following. You go to these three dots here, you click on the three dots, then go to this place. You see decorations here, then click on underline. So that's how to underline on Figma. Please, I hope everyone is following.
I'm
Is everyone
following.
following?
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay. So yeah, so I feel I should reduce the color of this. The black here should not be 100%, so I'll just reduce it to 80. That is not okay. I can still increase it later, so I'll just reduce it to 80. Then I'll space out my work so that the spacing will be uniform. So just use 48 here. Want the spacing between this and the text to be a little bit don't want this to be very close to this font because that's not the picture of what I have in mind. So I'll just duplicate this twice. Let me just group this. I'll group this. If this does not come out well, I'll adjust the spacing. So let me duplicate this here. So align this here. Okay. So since I'm getting the spacing between this and this, let me get the spacing between the text and the button. So let me make this 3 instead. 1, 2, 3. So I'll just group it, then bring it down here. Then I'll centralize this between this and in the center. And now my spacing. Let's see how it looks. Okay, I think this is okay for I'm feeling the spacing between this and this is too much, so let me just reduce it. Instead of 3, I'll just make this 2. Don't want the spacing to be too much. This what ends, group this, and with here, and centralizing. Okay, still give me the same thing. So this is it now for our create account. So I'll just change this to create. I'll name the frame create account screen. Create account screen. Let's see. Click enter. Then I'll bring it to my onboarding flow. And so that's it for our create account. So we're stopping here for today's class. So I would love to see the project you guys are working on, but I will confirm from the admin if that is allowed. Because most times I like seeing projects of students that I'm teaching are doing so that I can like influence their work and maybe make it better in one or two places where they are having issues. So that will be all for today's class. I don't know if you have any question you can ask me before we call it a day. Can everyone hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
we
I
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear
Please,
you.
yeah, if you have any question, just let me know. We're already done with today's class so that we can just wrap it up.
Yeah, I don't really have much question, but I'm trying to have. I've just been able to on my system. It just brought light here, so I'm trying to set up my mood board, and I would like to see your own. Like maybe just give us a glance through from your mood board from the beginning. Are you able to
Yeah, I
structure
don't
some
understand
stuff?
what you're saying. Sorry, you're talking very fast. What do you say? What are you saying?
As in, I meant your structure of arrangement from the mood board. What you started with. I remember in class yesterday started with highlighting colors, logos, and trying to replicate colors that are attractive to the eyes. So I
Yeah.
know the mood board was a little bit scanty. So I was just trying to get that kind of, a structured frame on, okay, even if I want to start on a project, these are the page. I'll create a page for the mood board, a page for the another
Yeah.
options. So I just want just a pure recap on it from yesterday's class. And it's not that you go into details, though. It's just something you can just
Okay.
explain from your screen. I'm looking at it right now,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. You want me to like go through like a quick recap of yesterday's class and today's class? Is it what you mean?
Yes, exactly. On how you moved, on how you were able to move from the scratch of the ideas to another level. So I'm just looking at your side layers, and I can see different pages, design system, covers, mobile app, UI design, mood boards, and code. So that's just what I'm trying to say.
Yes, they really talked so much about this design system, honestly. But I would let me just give a brief explanation. So basically, when you are creating your design system, because most times before you start designing, you have to like there are some basic elements that you need for your design, just like buttons. I think we created some things here. Out, we created some stuff here. For example, if the client gives you a project and the client handed give you the logo, for example, if this is the logo now, you have to like create your color palette from the logo. You also need to like create the kind of font you want to use for the project. Most time font depends on the kind of project. If it's like an app for children, you have to use some fonts that are rounded, that has rounded corners, some font that will give this kind of like playful, soft vibe. I think the word vibe is just the best way to explain it to be simplified. So, because we're just using a fintech app, so we decided to go with Lato. Decided to go with Lato. So basically, when you are starting a project, there are some basic things because we review them Figma, design system, material design, sent link to Apple design system too, which was like quite huge. These are like some samples of material design. These are some samples of most of all these companies. They are big tech companies, but bringing it down to Nigeria now, because most time when we're starting out, most the few companies we might work for before we get our um, bigger jobs might be for Nigerian companies, and most of all these companies they want you to design their app very fast, so there is no need of you going on and on designing most of all these detailed design system. If you see most of if you um ask your colleagues, I sent some links. I think there were some links I mentioned yesterday, material.io for them to review. If you open, they also have access to their design system on Figma where you can go and review their different assets. So most of all these their design system are made up of cards, buttons, input field, dialogues, date picker, like all the things, all the little elements that can be used to design either a website, mobile app, web app. So every thing from A to Z was being defined first before they start designing their project. And one of the advantage of doing this is that if for example you are working with another designer in your project, the designer will already know the way things are being designed, things are being structured, and they will just have to come here and just copy it and use for their project. But bringing it down now to working for Nigerian companies that always want things to be fast paced. Most times some clients will give you like, we want this app in 1 week, we want it in 5 days because we want to go and show it to our orga. You'll be hearing some funny stories and you have to work in tight corners. So most times when starting out a fresh project, you get their logo where you get their the color palette. Then you create your typography style, the typography, the kind of style of font you want to use and the font weight. You just create maybe simple shadow, then create your simple button, simple input field. So these are just like the few things you are going to need when you're just creating your simple design system that you can use to start any project at all. As you can see, we created colors, created text and the font weight, we created simple shadow, created button, we created our spacing. Most of all these things here, that was, although we have not used shadow, but with the text, the color, as you can, because we defined all these things yesterday. When we started designing our app, we did not start thinking of the color we're going to use, the this that the only thing that we kind of thought about was the images, because we were trying to choose unique images for this project. But the font was already stated, the colors was already stated, the colors that were going to the color shade, all those kind of things. If we already had input fields stated in our design system, it's just to copy it and bring it, there will be no need for us to start doing it. So why I did not do that yesterday class? The class would have been too long. If I started doing input field, I wanted to like teach you guys how to design an input field, and I know that using that red square method would be needed. So that's why I just pushed everything into today's class. So for that design system we created yesterday class, I created a different page. Is somebody saying something? Hello? Please, if
Gloria,
your mic,
please can you go back to your screen? I want to see the four pages that we designed today. The four
yes, the design system. This design system is basically for the, you understand what I, the simple explanation I explained about the design system. Do you get it?
Yes,
yes,
I
can you
get
just
it. I get it.
okay. Esther, please
Okay.
Gloria, sorry. Can you go to the ones we designed today? Let me just screenshot it in order for me to recreate more.
Okay. So this is the one we designed today. We
Okay.
created a different page to keep all our designs, like all the designs we created. The design, this, for example, if you are giving a client your work, some clients want to see your mood board. They'll be like, okay, first of all, we have this idea, blah blah blah. Just come up with your mood board. Let's see. We want this kind of. Some people will be very funny. We want a touch of Facebook and a touch of WhatsApp plus a touch of Telegram. You'll be hearing funny statement by clients. So you just create your mood board. You create a different page called mood board. So that's why we gather different inspiration from Behance, Dribble, US Archive, and even we even went to Figma community to get some inspiration. So that's why we created all this page here. For example, if you are working in a real project, so you tell the client, okay, this is the mood board. You can add the client to this file. So how to add your client? You have to click on this share, then add the client image email here. So once you add the client image here, the client will get notification to will be sent an invite so they can come and view this file. So that's how to like add what's it called, your client. You can, most times if you have group project, you can add between, let me say for example, you three people are handling a project, you can just add the two people you are working with here so that they can come on this file and design with you. So this is the mood board page. So when we finish creating things here from our mood board, so we don't want to create the actual screen that the developer is going to be coding. We don't want to place it on this our mood board page. We have to create a fresh page called mobile app UI UX design so that the developer is going to know, okay, this is the screen I'm designing. I mean, I'm coding. So that's why we just kept it here so that it'll be easier for the developer to understand. And we also named our what's it called, our mobile screens, because most times naming your mobile screens can give the developer, okay, understanding the purpose of the page. They will know how to structure their code on it. So that's just basically it. So yeah, so that's it. So I
All right.
think
Thank you very
that'll
much.
be, yeah, so that'll be all for today's class. So see you all in the next class. Bye.
Bye.